Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing amazing today. Today, need to figure out what's remaining on the bee. I've got new renders, so we'll get that plugged in. Think it's projectile time. Let's see. Yep. Handle removal of bees. Did that. Bees orbit an oval. Did that. Music, where you at? There you are. This character attacking when scenes are... Yeah, I still haven't figured out what causes that, because it just sort of seems to go away. Hey there, Froggy. How's it going? Fix that. And before we jump into that, let's give people time to get in here. Made your mind up and you're going to learn Python? Why Python? What are you trying to learn Python for, I should ask? Which? Okay. Python... Only thing I would say is if you plan on doing another language later, Python can teach you some really bad habits. But if you don't have specific plans to do something else later, then great. Best of luck to you. And you know I will be here. I can answer questions. As much as I hate it, Python is in my skill set now. Oh, wait, that's not it. Oh, guess it is what I want. Fine. It's 4:40 a.m. and you haven't slept. Having a break and will continue tomorrow. Sir, I think you need to sleep more regularly. Like, generally, at least once a day is good. So, I have no idea how I'm gonna do this quest. I am deeply concerned that this is not doable. But I've surprised myself with all of the previous missions that I've done, so... The weekend, I play football on Monday, so I should be good. And I'm Australian, so today is Sunday. I mean, Australians still sleep with some regularity, right? Like, I know everything is backwards in Australia, but, like, you guys still aren't nocturnal, last I checked. What am I playing? This is Guild Wars 1. I am one quest and one mission away from having proven that you can solo the Nightfall campaign. And this mission, or this quest, has a really dumb requirement I am not convinced I will be able to do. Tempted to get a boot.dev subscription to learn Python. I have not used boot.dev, but I have heard good things. But then again, all the channels where I've heard good things have also run ads for them, so I don't know. It's always on your YouTube ads. Same here. I know YouTube has figured out that I am a programmer. And they're like, oh, so you must want to boot.dev too. I actually have a key for a free month with them. I should probably just try it. How do you get a key? I got it through Humble Choice. So, I did pay for it, but dude, why are these surviving so long? Oh, because of the stupid cleric. Guys, focus the cleric, please. Good God. There we go. I've never even played World of Warcraft or whatever you play while you code, so I don't know what it's about. Well, right now we're in hell. And we're trying to save the world. Because that's what we do. Now, basically, there's a faction that got really salty that we were winning a war against them. So they decided to summon demons from hell to fight for them. And turns out that was a bad idea. So. Hello. Well done, Cora. Finally got to level 20. That's fun. Oh, of course there's a cleric. Guys, focus the cleric. But what I'm doing for this run is just proving, can this be done solo? So like this part of this quest I've done solo before, so I'm just using henchmen to get through it. But the end of this quest, I'm very concerned as to whether or not it's even possible to solo. Come on. Dude, these dervishes are way too tanky. That is unacceptable tankiness. Keep walking. Oop. Tried not to aggro you, but good. They have no cleric. Oh, that's the wrong button. Oop. All right. Home stretch. Oh. Dude, this is a ridiculous long run back for the type of quest this is. Like, for anyone who missed it yesterday, in this quest, we go this whole distance in order to save an NPC that has surprisingly little health, does no damage, or almost no damage, and they start getting attacked before we can get there. It's kind of the worst. But we are here. So, henchman, you get to chill. While I really hope this works out. Use this ahead of time. We'll see if the timing works out. Okay, Scout Autok. Okay, it's no, 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 no. It's not working. Come on. There we go. And he's dead. So... Huh. Huh. Well, with the tail end of startup time, let's look up the solo wiki and see if they have an answer for this. And let's hope that the answer is not a different class. Because if there's just like some glitch or trick, I'm not gonna spend 5 hours trying to find it on my own. Is all alone in the dark. Consider one of the most difficult ones because you have to you're having to save an NPC. Yeah. You approach from the east, you are spawn the NPC a bit with month. Oh no. Well, their advice is to use either Mesmer Monk or Monk Mesmer. Awesome. Alternatively, you can approach around that direction, hold the aggro of the group. Be tanked with assassin stuff. Oh. What? Alright. That image doesn't tell me squat. Yeah, but how did you get there? Like, I don't understand. Unless the answer is legitimately, like, you just run forward to steal aggro away from him. Maybe that's the answer. But there's not enough time to do that in this, this startup. I can at least get another go started. Yeah, we got about a minute and a half. Here's a question. Can I use my henchmen to just run through these brutes? If I can, that'll make this far less painful. No, I cannot. Oop. Well, sort of. It's not the absolute worst I've done. Oof. Oh, son of a gun. Of course I was still selecting Cormier, so I didn't heal myself there. Well, so much for that. While Godot boots up, check out the mountain of renders from last night. Pretty sure this is the one I want. Because it turned out this shadow I did backwards. Okay, no wings on this one. Which one are you? I think that's wings down. Pretty sure that's one. Hard to tell. Yep, wings down. Alright. Good. Oh, right, I won't be able to see that. Okay. Right, we're at 716. Shadow. Well, that's not right. Okay. Okay, that should work. Minus 17. So I can discretize this. I kind of want to get to the ground by this point. $21 divided by 4, 5-ish. It's too fast. Hmm. 2, 3. Five. All right. I think that's about right. Yeah, I think that's good enough. I was gonna maybe put some additional motion, but honestly, I think it's fine. Alrighty. Guess I put a lot more time for the fade out than I remembered. In a second. Right. That shader is a problem. Well, I shouldn't say problem. Like, it solves other problems, it just makes this part a little more annoying. Interesting. I did not think about how to do that. Let's add another one. That'll make it easier. Let's material there. Food. All right. That'll work. Maybe bring this in a little bit more in the shadow. Yeah, that works. Now the big test. That is wrong. Great, great, great. How is this gonna work? Okay, that's radial coordinates. Just a second. Sorry, just someone's car going crazy. I think it'll work. Let's try it. And how does it look? Oh, wait, I need to be able to attack. Whoops. That is currently disabled. Then again, I guess I do want to test this stuff. Okay, what? Oh no. Huh? That's not right, is it? Well, I did something wrong. Quite wrong. Interesting. Yeah, I think I know what I did. Yeah. Poop. Well, back to Blender. So why is that not having the same problem with the other shadows? I'm confused. Thought I fixed that last night. But I guess not. Alright. Arduino rendered. Check. And Guild Wars. What's my next step? Say, after getting shadows working. I think just getting the bees attacking, which should be pretty straightforward. Seriously? Can you guys please just take out this target? Losing my mind here. And somehow this group fell very easily. Right? So is it just the dervishes that are that tanky? Seems a little silly. But I'll be real, guys. I'm ready to finish this campaign and say goodbye to Guild Wars for a while. Like, we've been chunking through Guild Wars for a while now. But why? You guys were a mile away. Oh, this is the worst. Guys, cleric, focus, please. Dude, dervishes are nuts. And now we've got the next group with it. Son of a gun. Oh, bother. We have got 3 groups. Well, I guess we've got to run further. Do not kill Kim, do not kill Kim, do not kill Kim. Please don't kill Kim. Son of a gun. Well, this is officially my least favorite area. Because this is awful. You know what, I'm better off just dying so everyone resurrects. I'll just have to make sure to kill a bunch of enemies on the way and get my death penalty down. How is it that against these groups, though, I feel safer when I'm solo? That just makes no sense. Nope. Reapers are the worst. I mean, the fact that these guys have an entire team focusing them and they're somehow tanking it is stupid. All right. And we're gonna fight that group, aren't we? Yeah. Or not. Somehow that's not attacking. Alright. Please take out the sorcerer. Pretty please. Did the henchmen get weaker while I wasn't looking? Because they feel significantly weaker. Like, how am I making no progress on him? Okay, fine. Oh. Why is everyone dead? I did not sign up for this. Okay, timer is done. But I am going to go ahead and do this run. Because we're basically here. Okay, so what is the plan? I don't know. Apparently the plan is just to run in and probably die. Maybe if I scatter spirits right around this guy, have a chance of surviving. Oh, and I'm dead, I'll bet. Whoa, buddy. Yeah, now there's absolutely zero chance of him surviving. Well, that answers that question. Huh. Alright. Oh, you're still rendering. I guess I've got more time. Let's actually switch up. What? No. Another gun. Okay, there's a distinct lack of me being healed right now. Okay, and we focus a target. No. Answer is no. God. Render, how you doing? Still tricking. Why are you still back there? Good. Yep. Why are we losing? No! What the heck? Why? So are they just never picking me up? That's cool. And then they're getting it. Oh my god. This is the worst. I swear, if they end up dying, Hey, Menlo, do your job. This is absurdity. What is happening? Okay. I'm very happy that you picked up Aiden. Okay. Thank you, Kim. But now I've got tons of death penalty. So I will be terrible at tanking. Hmm. That's going. Oh. Please, shadows. Just cooperate. Hey! They don't look like they're in the right position, but they do look more right. Hey there, Dream. What rice are we talking about? I'm confused. Okay. Yes. Completely and totally created by a hamster. You're just shocked a hamster made a game? Indeed! Okay. And let's enable attacking. Okay, let's see how it works. What are we working on? I'm working on these. Making it so they have shadows, so they look like they exist in the world as opposed to just being some weird entity. And should have plenty of time to get to their projectile attack. Or specifically, them launching a projectile attack. Alright. What health did I give them? I think I might have given them too much health. Oops. They're moving a bit too fast. Okay, how much health do they have? Doesn't seem right. Hold please. That's... Ah. Oops. Yeah, I'm doing 10 damage per hit. That's fine. Whoa, what happened to the shadows? Where'd they go? Oh! Seriously? I fixed this! What do you mean it's not fixed? The health is connected to the shadow? So, no, the health is not connected to the shadow. All of their shadows are synced up. Luckily, that is easy enough to... And I know why the bug came back. Because I created a new material here. There we go. That should eliminate that bug. Let's go ahead and slow down the rotation. Let's see. What is the ratio of the radii? Right. Bring those here. 60, 110. Actually, I should just use those links, shouldn't I? Yeah. Okay. How do I like this one? That's more like it. Now they do speed up to like rearrange for the new bee flying in, but that's fine. One thing I'm not loving. Well, thank you, thank you. I think it looks pretty good too. Go ahead and move that there. But I'm getting ready to test the idea I had for splitting up direction and animation, because this is painful. All right, what are we doing next? Because I'm happy with that. Suppose the next thing is teach them how to attack. Now, do I want the bees to know how to attack? Or do I have the hive tell them when to attack? I don't know. I haven't thought about this yet. Try both and you'll know. Well, there's a bunch of coding I'll have to do that's different between them. Because if I'm doing the bees individually know when to attack, then I set up timers and stuff there. Whereas if I'm having them coordinate their attacks, then Beehive is going to tell them when to attack. And since I'm going for bullet hell anyway, let's probably have the beehive do it. Yeah, bees are the bullet hell enemy in this game, at least for now. Now, when in the cycle should that happen? Huh. So all I've been focused on so far is when to spawn enemy. But play timeout. How long is the attack animation? Attack is half a second. Is it not enough to be near the hive? I don't understand the question. I need more explanation of what you're asking. So I'm going to have the beehive tell all the bees when to attack so that they're attacking at the same time. Otherwise, if I wanted to do that, I'd have to have the bees talking to each other. And that is a lot more complex computationally. And I need to be focused on efficiency because I want to have minimum 300 enemies on screen at a time. Ideally, I'd like to be able to handle like 500 to 600, but I don't know that that'll be possible. And it's probably worth noting, I need to hit those metrics while streaming. Thus far, I've been safe hitting those metrics. I can't hit it in editor, but when I export my project, it is able to surpass 300 very easily. All right. Instead of using this spawn timer, oh wait, this is only every 1 second. Yeah, I do not want them attacking every 1 second. Oh, no. Right, I was supposed to extend this to 2 seconds, but yeah, they should not be spawning quite as fast as they are. All right. Maybe every 3 seconds is fine. I will try it. I would not be opposed to the spawn and attacks happening in the same interval, but I'm just worried about how aggressive that's going to be. Oh wait, they need a spawn function. Here's what I'll do. And the newbie coming in will not attack. It's everyone else that attacks. And I'll need to add the code over there for it. Don't want to give me any ideas about how to do it, because you clearly know way more about coding than me. Throw your ideas out. One of two things will happen if you throw an idea out. Either I'm going to learn something, or you're going to learn something. And as far as I'm concerned, both of those are good things. True, but you're shy. And you're talking to me right now, so you can't be that shy. So what's your idea? Talk to me. Let's learn together. Come on, chat. So this section of code has a problem. The problem is I need all the bees attacking at the same time, and I need them attacking roughly every 3 seconds. And my moving parts are I have bees, and I have a beehive. Arg. Let me refresh my memory what I'm using this for. Huh. That was garbage. I think I can probably just get rid of this. Yeah. No longer a one-shot, but it will not auto-start. Move idea is to make a temporary array of bees, one for each hive. Bees from one hive in one array. Put the array in a list. Only active hives get to talk to whatever makes them attack. I don't know. I personally experiment with splitting the pool's bees, make a third of them attack on tick. Basically a queue system. So you're actually talking a bit more complex than what I'm planning right now. You're talking about bees across multiple hives. Right now, I'm just focused on a single hive. If I want to have a hive communication network for doing what you're talking about, that'll come later. For now, I have my array of bees for a specific hive. And that's all I'm going to operate on for now. But I don't hate your idea. I don't know where I would put the controls for that. That's interesting. I'm going to document that. Because I like the idea, potentially. I'm just not sure where I'd use it. Look into coordinated beehive pattern. The array data might need to be passed to a master. Oh, it almost certainly would need to be. Either that, or you could just have an array of hives. And then have the master say, okay, this hive go attack. And then that hive just instructs all of its bees to attack. And then, a half second later, trigger the next hive. Half second later, next hive. You could do something like that. But that will be looked into later. But thank you for the idea. That's smart. Okay. What am I trying to do? What am I doing? Get rid of spawn delay. It also means this guy. Are smart. Oh, right. I forgot. The reason for the separate timers is so that the bee spawns in and then they move to the correct position. Okay. Okay. I can do this. I can do it. Can I do this? I think I want these guys just popping back and forth to each other. You're just distracting me? Nah. If I want to ignore you, I can. I am capable of that. So this is no longer conditional. This will just always happen. I don't know what Rule 5 means. What is that face for? I'm a terrible internet denizen. I don't know what any of these emojis mean. You're just distraught? Why? Using how they look? Why would you be distraught? You're distraught because I'm capable of ignoring you? Well, that seems like an odd thing to be distraught over. And let's rename this to behavior main behavior and behavior delay. Those are better names. Timeout, that's better. On game behavior. Good. Prospect of being ignored. I mean, if you're someone who can't be ignored, like if it's literally impossible to ignore you, the only way that could happen is if you are supremely annoying. So being capable of being ignored, probably a good thing. Doesn't mean you are being ignored. It just means that it's possible to ignore. It's nice to see someone else's code for once. Been staring at your own for way too long. Think you're going crazy? I understand. What are you coding in? Unreal blueprints. Ooh. Yeah, no, I go back and forth on whether or not I should have learned Unreal instead. Unreal is a whole thing. So many connecting wires? Yes. I have taken a brief glance at blueprints and I said, nope, I want nothing to do with any of that. Okay, so what is actually happening? So I am be a 2. So when the looping starts, yes, that is a one shot again. Both of these are one shots. Yes, yes. So we time out here. We tell the bees to attack, and we cause a spawn to happen. This is wrong. Okay. Then, after that, we update positions based on the new bee coming in. Would help if I could spell, huh? Behavior. And we start up the wait for the new behavior. So we hit, attacks go out, spawn new, wait 1.1 seconds, reposition all the bees to where they need to be, wait 2 seconds, and it all repeats. Awesome. And if these it is empty, just stop both of them. Like, whatever's going on, just stop it. It's actually pretty harmless to let it loop, but fine. Okay, then if we are adding these, this is wrong. Nothing has ever made you feel as stupid as coding your own guy. I understand. Why do you think my channel name is what it is? We are all dum-dums. Always. This, so the spawn happens, then this needs to hit. Got it. So whenever a bee gets added, we start up the behavior. When the final bee dies, stop all behavior. That makes sense, right? Big dum-dum community? Absolutely. Yeah, I partially... So, the channel has two functions. One is to keep me on a schedule, because I know from experience, if I don't have at least the perception of someone expecting me to be here on time, I can go a week or two without touching my code. I know I can do that. Second reason is I've been very annoyed with the way coding is perceived by people watching on like YouTube videos. Like when you go look up how to do something programming wise on YouTube, you get highly sterilized content where it's like, this is how you do it. The person presenting knows absolutely everything there is to know. It's very quick and condensed, and it gives off this idea that if you're not operating at that pace, then you must just not be capable. And while my content is definitely not there for like getting the quick answers you might want if you're looking for a quick answer, it does serve the purpose of demonstrating, oh, this is how development actually works. Like, a lot of development work is sitting here going, why is my apple flying off the shelf? Why? Why does the apple fly off the shelf? It's not supposed to do that. There's no code causing it to do that. Why is it flying off the shelf? And you scream inside your own brain for the next 5 hours, only to figure out, oh, I turned off gravity. Whoops. Yep, and like, I think it's important for people to see that aspect for 2 reasons. One, if you only see the highly condensed and sterilized content before you know anything about programming, you might decide you want to go into programming of some kind based on that false premise. Which is, like, you're setting yourself up for failure in that case. Big time. The other aspect is what I mentioned before, where if you're in programming and you're not having rapid success like you see in these sterilized videos, you're going to get discouraged. And I think it's important for people to realize, yes, you are dumb. And that's okay, because we're all dumb, and you are dumb up until you stop being dumb. So, I mean, we're still in a perpetual state of dumb, but you know what I mean. So ideally, I'd love for people to come here and ask their programming questions and get, real, live, thought-out answers as opposed to, we'll do it this way. Can't tell you how many. I made a whole video game in 2 weeks posting videos. Yeah. Those are absolute garbage. Like, game jams are a cool concept if you have a whole team that knows exactly what they're doing. Like, for something like a game jam, you've got to go in with a full set of assets ready to go, because you cannot be spending any time during a game jam on producing assets. There's just not enough time. The logic of the game for a game jam, like, you have to have basically a full design document before you start. Like, you basically have a full game done except for the code when you start a game jam, if you're planning on doing something half decent. This is something that I've seen in corporate work that companies don't understand. It's in a lot of corporate jobs, it's called a hackathon, or have modular code chunks ready. That's a pet peeve of mine. To me, if you have a whole bunch of modular code ready to go when you're going into a game jam, especially if there's going to be any sort of awarding of places on best game for a game jam, like, that's nonsense to me. But so what I was talking about with hackathons is a game jam and a hackathon are basically the same thing. You're given a very short amount of time to develop some idea into a product. And in the companies I've participated in these in, they will say, we don't expect you to have a finished product. And they will say that we expect everyone to start on the day that it starts and end on the day that it ends. And inevitably, a few things happen. One, managers still expect you to do your regular job on top of it. That happens a lot. I've worked in one place where that wasn't the expectation. Another thing happens. Some people will work for months ahead of time in preparation for a hackathon. And then, of course, they get all the praise when the hackathon comes to a conclusion. Like, yeah, because they were working on it for months and stealing company time. Like, okay. Yeah, cheating, exactly. Another thing that'll happen is companies will say they want to do this for innovation purposes, and then they'll take what should be a week-long event, like a hackathon should be a week-long, and it should be like you do the prep work the week before, on like the Friday before, then Monday you get your hackathon team together and you hit the ground running. That's what should happen. But don't you need time to think of new things? So generally how this is structured in the companies I've been in, there'll be an announcement that we're having a hackathon. And they say, okay, get your ideas together. And some companies have done like a idea presentation day, or presentation hour is more accurate. And you present your idea, and then people sign up to join your team to work on that idea. And what should happen is that whole coordination should happen on a Friday. Monday, get in with your team and you hit the ground running. That's what should happen. And then you work throughout the week with that team. And then whatever you're done with on Friday, the end of the workday, that's what you present the following Monday. That's what should happen. I've never seen that happen. Inevitably, what ends up happening is they say, oh, no, we want to restrict it to a week. Okay, well, we're going to have the idea presentations on Monday. And we're going to have the product presentations on Friday. Oh, so you've taken 5 work days down to 3. And then the management goes, well, we didn't really get a lot of good results out of that week-long hackathon. Well, yeah, because you cut out 40% of the work time. And they go, well, since we didn't really get much gain, let's make sure in the future to limit our lost time on that. So it then goes down to 3 or 4 days, including the presentation days. And then the company goes, well, we're just really not getting anything useful out of this, are we? We should just not do hackathons anymore. Ah. Yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous. And what ends up happening also along with that is you've got the groups that, like, they know that that's how it's going to be played, and so they do all those months of prep work. Like, and then those individuals or those teams get acknowledged, and they get, you know, preferential treatment on things like promotions in the future or raises. Like, so you've set up a system that actively incentivizes me stealing time from the company. Now I crash out. I have crashed out before. I remember one company I worked at that we had a hackathon, and like I really put work into it. I was coordinating the team. I was getting people together, and the first thing I noticed is half of the people that signed up to work on my idea just didn't do anything. Like, why would you sign up if you're not going to do anything? And it turned out that their manager was requiring it, and their manager was also requiring them to do their regular work at the same time. Like, it was, and actually there were some that weren't being required to do that, but they were treating it as just a week off. It was a vacation. Yeah, absolute waste of time. And so when the next hackathon rolled around, I just didn't sign up. And my boss pulled me aside and asked me, so you haven't signed up for anything yet? Are you planning to? No. Well, we'd really like you to work on this. I go, no. And then he finally goes, why? Well, based on the last hackathon, this is a complete and total waste of time for both me and the company. Why would I do that when I can get actual work done? And he never asked me about hackathons ever again. Oh, that was so frustrating. And like, I've been in 3 companies that have actively tried to do hackathons, and they all turned out like this. All of them. Now, can hackathons be done well? Yes, I explained how you do it at the start of this, like how it's supposed to be done in theory. And you can get amazing outputs from that stuff. And the thing to remember as a company is that's 1 week out of 50 plus in a year. Like taking into vacation days and stuff, like take off the 2 weeks, but so you're spending 2% of your workforce, 2%, in order to get brand new ideas. That sounds awesome. Like 2% once a year to rake in new ideas from all of your employees. And the more important thing, so getting new ideas is great. But what does this also do? This also tells you who the most driven and innovative members of your employee base, who they are. Like, I can't think of something more valuable as an employer than knowing which of my employees are driven to create new and innovative concepts. Like, because those are the people, if they're really driven to do this, I need to be giving them more opportunities to do that. Like, big companies annoy me so much. And like, having been in a position to manage a team and having seen how ridiculously easy it was to motivate them, keep morale high within that team, grow their skill set, because they were happy to come to work because they knew they were going to get exposed to new knowledge. They were going to expand on what they were capable of. And I also made sure they were going to be congratulated on any success they had. And when I first started taking charge of that aspect of the team, everyone was super bashful and awkward about being praised. And I was just like, no, we got to plow through this, because I want them to understand that we as a team are proud of their successes. And eventually the team got on board with this idea of, we celebrate every individual success and we celebrate our team successes. End of story. And the team enjoyed working so much that, wait, you praised me. I did. I think praise is extremely important. And this actually caused another problem that I had to work on. The people on this team wouldn't go home. Like, some people on this team would just work continually. And there was one in particular that, for some, like, he felt, this actually feeds into another story. Wow, I'm just in story mode today. So this guy, he felt like he was below the standard of the team. And it is worth noting, this was the highest performing team I had ever worked with. And he didn't realize that he was up to the standard. He didn't understand. And part of that was I did a lot of work that people didn't see to make sure I understood stuff ahead of time. And that's just it wasn't like I took extra hours outside of my normal work hours. No, there was a lot of time that people just didn't see. And like my manager knew about it, but regardless. So he kept staying later and later, feeling like he wasn't doing enough, like he needed to catch up to the rest of the team. And what I started doing is at the end of the workday, when I knew he had put in his 8 hours, I parked myself right at his cubicle. And I told him it's time to go home. He goes, no, I just want to finish this. Okay. I'll just be here. Just in case you need anything. And I just wanted to make it clear, like, and of course, if it was something small, I'd be like, okay, but just make sure you go home after, right? But he would get into a habit of being like, no, I need to finish this giant thing because otherwise I won't be doing as much work as the rest of the team, which just was not true. Yeah, a lot of times some of your best workers are going to be the people that think that they're underperforming constantly. So I did this a few times, and I didn't know why he was trying to put in all this extra work until he explained it. Like, I finally asked him why he keeps trying to stay late to work on this stuff. And he explained that he was feeling like he wasn't up to the standard of the team. I go, why? Why do you think that? I don't think that. And he talked about how I present myself in meetings and how I talk very authoritatively, and he said that you just always know everything, which is not the case. No. And I go, okay, we need to fix this. Go home. Tomorrow, we're going to do something different. You're going to come watch me work. And he goes, but I've got all this. And I go, no, I don't care. If your manager wants to complain, send them to me. I will explain exactly what's happening. And I go, no, you are going to watch me work until you understand that I don't know everything, until you understand what my process is. And so we sat down the next day, and I started working, just like he wasn't even there. And there was some stuff I needed to figure out that I didn't know how to work with. And the software we were using was all custom. So like I couldn't look at documentation, and I literally just started changing values, pushing buttons at random, and then writing down the results of what happened. And this went on for a while, and he was just silent watching. And like I had explained up front, I really don't know this stuff. I have to find it out. And neither of us were talking, and I was just working, document, work, document. And finally, after about 15-20 minutes, like full volume, doesn't even remember where he is, I guess, like heard around the office, wow, you really don't know shit. That was one of the best days in that office. It was wonderful. And after that point, he was less hard on himself because he realized, oh, everyone else also doesn't know these things. And we're all just learning these things. And that is obviously what I want to recreate with this channel as well. I want you guys to see, oh, this 12+ year career programmer also doesn't know anything. Awesome. Why is Dum Dum tilted? What's happening? Hey Dum Dum. Apparently I got too emotive and Dum Dum just sort of fell over. Why are you doing that? Hello? Let's try to fix Dum Dum real quick. This is weird. Yeah, no, the absolute joy of being able to create a positive work environment and mentor people in that environment, I cannot express in words just how wonderful that is. Okay, good. Dum Dum is no longer tilted. Might stick around then because it felt like I'm worse than this, than everyone else. Logically, I know that can't be true. Nice to get reference point. Yep. I'm glad. Yeah, and I will definitely make you feel good about yourself because you're going to see a lot of inefficiency. You're going to see a lot of bad coding. I mean, you want to see awful code. Let's show my first hack at or my first attempt at a state machine. Ooh. Like, this function is awful. Just truly awful. Where it does two things. Like, you set the state in order to queue up a new state to be placed after the current state. Or you also use it for just setting the new state when the old state is done as well. It's terrible. Like, knowing what I know now and having rethought this, at some point I'm thinking of completely overhauling this. You just finish your state machine? This is still cool to look at? Hey. Yeah, this, in the truest sense, I don't think this counts as a state machine. Like, eventually what I'd want to do is, like, the rework that I have planned for this is something along the lines of a dictionary. Called test. Where my keys are each of the states. So, like, state, oh, right. Come on, show me one of the states. And spawn. Right? And then my values would be the next state. Yeah, this is what a true state machine should be. Now this is the simplest form of a state machine. And so what you would do is, okay, when the current state ends, whatever prompts that end, then you automatically transition into the chase state. That's the point of this data structure. Yeah. Now, how you handle conditional splits on the state machine, I'm not fully sure how I would want to do that. Like, how to handle if, let's say you have 3 different attacks you could do. How do you tell which one you should be doing in a specific instance? I haven't really thought that part through, but this is a refactor that I'm only going to do if I get sufficiently annoyed. And there's a lot of rework in my code base that has only happened because I've gotten annoyed. Take that for what you will. Alright, so we got... I think the beehive is now working the way I want. If it works, it works. No need to complicate it. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure my performance bottleneck, I'm pretty sure is in this scene. The equivalent would be blueprints. I'm pretty sure my performance bottleneck is right here. But since I am still hitting my performance metrics, I'm not too concerned. Alright, so I need to be able to tell it to attack. Yeah, that goes away. That's old. I think I can just set the state from the hive. State. I actually made 2 attacks. So... Oh. 3 attacks. That's the one I want to use. That goes on for 2 seconds. I need to consider my timing. Yeah, attack 3 might be too aggressive. Start with attack 1. Set up the animation. Ready? There we go. This was actually one of the smart data structures I came up with. Actions is a dictionary, so that I translate states into the animation that they execute. I don't have a ton of smart code in the enemy-based class, but this is one that I think I did pretty well. And so in every enemy's ready function, which think of that kind of like so it's not a variable. So each state has a specific animation that it should be doing. Like, when the enemy is chasing after the player, it's using the walk animation. When the enemy is attacking, it needs to use one of the attack animations. When the enemy is in the death state, it needs to use the death animation. Does that track? And so this is just a lookup for those animations. All right. Then for attack 1, pretty sure this is... Yes. So I have a bunch of placeholder functions here that don't do anything. And they are meant to be overridden in the inheriting class. Did you make the arc, by the way? Nope. I purchased everything. Anything that moves is either a particle emitter, or I guess I do have some sprites that I've bought, but like all of the enemies, the player, all that stuff is 3D models that I created a add-on for Blender that converts it into sprite sheet. I would have said anything that moves, but that's not entirely true. Because I do have a couple moving things that are sprites that I purchased that I didn't generate. But if you want access to that, why are you not showing my Ko-fi page? There we go. So anyone who wants access to my apps, and honestly anything you see me make on stream, you can request and I will probably upload for you guys. But you have access to this stuff at any donation tier. So I've got this one, and I'm half tempted. No, I'm not doing that. I was gonna say I'm half tempted to give you guys access to my custom build of Godot, but no. If I do that, you guys are gonna want regular updates on that stuff. That's not happening. This is good enough. So this is just pops into Blender. You take a model that has some animations, actions in Blender. You select what actions and whatnot you want. And I've got a bunch of other options in compositing. Things like adding outline to your character. There is a more advanced version of this that if anyone individually wants, talk to me. Obviously I'll give you guys access to that, but I don't want to make it like a public thing because it would be way too much work to turn it into a finished product like this thing is. And it outputs a sprite sheet. Easy peasy. And specifically for Godot, I've got an extension that imports these for you, because adding all those animations is a pain in the butt. And I don't know why on my machine only the preview broke. I don't understand. Like on other machines the preview works. Just my machine. And it sets up your animation player for you. And usually how I end up using this is I generate this file and then just copy and paste these into the file I actually care about. Anywho. And like I said, any donation tier you get access to it. And I'll confess, the higher tiers don't have a whole lot. You could use this for UI animations. I agree. It took me quite a while to piece together the compositing logic for this. It was, and then of course figuring out the logic to turn it into a UI. Oh. But I thought it would be something that could help people. And it certainly helped me. Like, my project, this whole game, would not happen without this these utilities. Because I have, as I've said many times on the channel, zero artistic ability. Like, you ask me to draw something, I might be able to get you a stick figure. Maybe. I mean, you guys have seen, this is my latest concept drawing. It's not good. Anyway. What is the logic for attack 1? He's no Ross? Indeed. Well, Bob Ross, people are learning, or have been learning for about a decade now, that Bob Ross was kind of a god of painting. Like, and I'm sure you've seen the videos on YouTube of people like trying to follow Bob Ross tutorials. And like, I remember as a kid watching Bob Ross tutorials on occasion just for fun, and constantly going, oh no, I could never do that. That's way too fast. That's stressful. Like, I remember being like a 4-year-old seeing Bob Ross and going, this is stressing me out. And he stamps that on there like a printer. You're not wrong. Like, you are not wrong. Like, it's ridiculous how good he was. So I think for the most part, I think I want to follow the chase logic. Say we play that animation. Is there anything else that needs to happen here? I think it might just be this. So we get the direction that we want to move in. Move. Update direction, get player direction. Nation. I think that's it. Because the actual attacking needs to happen here. Method. Launch attack. Yep. I cannot tell where I want to do that. To attack. What? Okay. Huh? What? Not right. better. What happened to my animations? By the way, anyone watching at home, what I'm doing right now to edit the Y, this is not going to work for you in your version of Godot. I have a custom Godot build that has this feature. Where are the wings? Don't worry about the wings right now. The wings are controlled by Voodoo and Black Magic. They're what? They're controlled by Voodoo and Black Magic. I'll show you in a second how they work. Let me just get these animations ready. Attack. That's at 3125. Five, 6, 7. Okay, so how do the wings work? First, you need to understand that this sprite is actually composed of 4 sprites. And while we're in the editor, they don't sync up properly, because I don't want to incur all of that extra computations just when I'm editing code or editing like position of a sprite. And what these are some scenes I've created, or a scene I've created to have a synced sprite. And what these do is every single frame, they sync up any quantities that I've specified. So they might sync up position, they might sync up rotation, they might sync up what frame of a sprite sheet you're on. And this also has some utility for turning a sprite into a shadow-like thing. For things where I don't have a shadow, this is useful for creating one, or if I don't need a perfectly accurate shadow, I can use this to kind of cheat. But as you will have noticed, when we're actually playing the game, all of it syncs up and it looks like one sprite. Where's the rest of the bees? Oh. So speaking of doing dumb things, there we go. Oops. Because the bee died before the next one could spawn, the code said, "Oh, time to stop." But there's more bees to spawn. Don't care. Need to be far enough away that I can't attack them. Yep. So notice how the shadow and the wings all look perfectly synced up. And the wings are partially transparent. Otherwise, it looks really weird. This is definitely the most complex sprite I've made so far. Or complex layering of sprites I've made so far. I'm pretty happy with it. Excuse me? Oh, I forgot to remove that. Whoops! They're very cute but determined. I agree. And I kind of want to be able to tell them to do an angry attack. The attack that I'm not using yet because I think it's probably too aggressive for a basic attack is going to be this bad boy. Attack 3. Ignore these guys. So the idea being send out 3 stingers in succession. And I want to remind people, this is a 3D model that's been rendered as a sprite. And I am just so proud of this bee. I am so proud of this bee. Now the thing I'm less proud of. The stinger. Doesn't have that awkward feel 3D to 2D can have. Exactly. And that's why I'm okay with the like 6 months of dev time I spent getting the rendering right. Now some of my models have more of that 3D to 2D feel, like this guy. But that is predominantly just because he's so big. There we go. Oh. Yep. I'm missing something. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's fine. Maybe it's fine. Is it fine? I'm going back and forth on this. Might need to implement pixel size for this. Maybe. Let's see how it looks. It's got almost a shower curtain texture. Well, I'm trying to go for a drilling look. What I'm hoping for. But it's not going to really be clear until it's done at scale. Oh, you mean this guy? Yeah, this guy is definitely my most complex so far. I mean, he's the only boss monster I have right now. Maybe he needs more vibrant colors? Well, his colors are designed to match the slimes. Might as well just show this. Actually, Slime Golem may not be working right now, but we're gonna find out. There you are. You know, as far as being more vibrant colors, I'm actually happy with the color palette. And I'm not trying to make a perfect character, right? Hello. Yeah, like, I know I'm not going to make a perfect game. Nothing even close to perfect. And so, every time I finish something, or every time I get to certain stopping points, I need to decide, is this good enough for the product I'm trying to make? Because like each of these sprites, I could spend a month on, theoretically. But is it worth that time? Will we be able to check them out? Where does Shadow go? And why do those not exist but their Shadow does? Well, that's not great. Hold, please. I've clearly done something bad. Oh my. Oh my. All right. That's part of what I'm missing. Got that. That should bring his shadow back. Yeah, I know why that's messed up. Let's see. Also, slime.p. Okay, why are you not going up? That's weird. Oh, I probably know. I probably know. There it is. Whoop. That means my reset is probably wrong for this. So. I must have been testing something, because that should not have been that. Gotta know when to stop? Absolutely. Philosophy so far is that it's gotta be good enough, and if I'm still motivated by then, and I can always do a polish pass on the art and stuff. Fair. Yeah, big thing is just making sure within your time allotment you can finish the product you want to make. Put that shadow up. No. Also because these are on different frames, I'll bet. Leave it. Actually, let's just show you the Slime Golem Orchestrator. So instead of spawning the Slime Golem like that, let's instead use the level Orchestrator. Boop. Wave data. Orchestrator does not need any spawn data. think that's everything it needs. Yes, I agree. The slime is adorable, but also slightly terrifying. And I thought stylistically it matched this golem quite well. I actually got the slime before the golem. I think. It would have been around the same time. Hello, slimes. Hello, lots of slimes. Oh no! Something weird happened with the shadow while he was spawning. I'll have to... that. And the slime balls he's throwing out are supposed to, there we go, his rage mode. So the slime balls are supposed to have shadows as well. Oh, I know why they're gone. Same reason why the shadow was gone on the golem. Whoop. I forgot that because he's angry, he's got bigger AoE. There you go. That is the enemy that I'm most proud of. See if I can fix the shadows real quick. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, thank you. Something weird happened with his shadow though, that it like appeared too visible too early. I'll have to figure out what's going on with that. Other one is crystal. Pretty sure the issue is same thing. Yeah. That should have fixed it in this scene as well. Did you fix it? Huzzah! Let's run that again, just because I want to see the shadows working properly. By the way, to answer the obvious question, the little guy here next to the tree is the new character that's going to replace the one we've got. But I've kind of abandoned that feature because I spent over 6 months on it, and I may be throwing out that 6 months of work, and I'm not happy about it. There we go. Crystals have shadows. Yeah, his shadow's too dark. I need to fix that somehow. Whoa, that's not right. Yeah, no, I know exactly what's causing that. Whoops. Whoopsies! Oh. I don't know what's causing that. Don't sync scale. sync rotate. I probably don't care about syncing rotation. Sync position is fine. It is a shadow. That should be right. If it's still broken after that, I'll just make a note. Oh, apparently I've got a bunch of errors popping up. Gonna have to solve that. At some point, not today. Hello, Puffin. Not what I wanted to look at right now, but thank you. Never the thing you think it is? I'm getting better at it becoming the thing I think it is. I'm getting much better at that. They go running off. I probably need to make it so that my character doesn't try to attack them. Okay, good. Slime balls now have correct shadows. By the way, I am ridiculously happy with the death animation on that guy. It took quite a while to figure out how to make him shatter and then have the particles blast out. And I don't know if you noticed, but the blast, like where the particles blast from, is based on where I last attacked him. And I've kind of been tempted to do that for more enemy types, but I also want the boss deaths to be special like that. Here you should be able to see the shatter effect. And I'm using the golem just as a dummy sprite. It gets replaced. And it's worth noting, the shatter pattern, like this pattern, is not fixed. This changes every single time the character dies. I want to eat the powder? I understand. And the way I've done that is with Voronoi noise. I don't know if it's called noise. Oh, maybe it is. But this is an algorithm for making a cellular pattern. And there's online generators for getting PNGs. And what I do is every time the enemy dies, I pick a random location on a large sprite sheet. And it's not as apparent as I remembered it being. Oh, and of course you're not going to see it there. Can we see it here at all? Probably not. But I'm going to try it. Yeah. So what happens, and it's just a brief moment, but for a second, when the shatter occurs, pieces of the sprite actually shift in different directions. Wonder if I've got a video where I can pause that. Probably do, but it's from like over a year ago. Does it generate based on impact point? No. So the shatter pattern is not based on impact point. Only the particle direction is based on that. But it is going to be unique basically every time. Come on. Where is that shatter? There we go. You can see it much better here. Notice how the pieces of him actually shift and it looks like it's refracting. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah, so that was ridiculously tricky to make happen. And I actually had to make a utility for, what did I use for it? I think I used GIMP for it to speed up the process of creating the asset to make that happen. And I want to show you the craziness of what I did here because it's awesome. And I want everyone to know how to do this because it'll level up your shaders so much. Yeah, so that's all done with a shader. And what I've done, I think this is in originals. Where did I put it? Oh. You see 0? Where did I put you? Ah! You are in licensed MIT. So, what is this crazy texture? That is the base texture for getting the shatter pattern. But can I get a preview, please? Not that one. There we are. So, what is this nonsense? What is happening here? What this is a color map to tell me how to shift the direction of the like the distortion effect. So what this translates to is, and this isn't perfectly accurate, but it'll at least demonstrate what I'm talking about. So red might mean go right by 2 pixels. Yellow might mean go up by 2 pixels. And every color is a different direction. And so I select a region at random to apply over my sprite. And there you go. Should probably change that cell to green. Oh well. It's fine. So I generated the Voronoi noise, and then I went in filling in every single cell manually. This was not done automatically. I wish it had been done automatically, but nope. But yep, Using color mapped assets to cause shader effects is just a super cool methodology, and I wish I had learned it sooner. And I'm actually using it for the stinger as well. Back base, projectile base. Oh, right, I don't have an animation for the projectile yet. I think you've learned about that a little with 3D materials. So one place where this shows up in 3D materials a lot is your normal maps or your bump maps. This is extremely relevant to those concepts. But obviously I'm applying it in a bit of a different way. The other place where I've done stuff like that is Stinger. This is another type of use case for this. So, and mesh displacement completely. So none of this is part of the texture. The texture is this. Just red and green patterns. And what that communicates in the shader is, okay, where it's green, let's apply this generated texture. And where it's red, we're just going to oscillate color based on this gradient that I've provided. That's it. And I think it's a pretty cool effect. You're an artist after all? No, this is pure math. I can create math that looks somewhat aesthetically pleasing. But calling me an artist is going way too far. You can't run from your fate. What now, dum-dum? All right. So, the heck am I doing here? The animation is irrelevant, because I'm not actually going to put anything in there. What did I do for Mana Spark? Right? This is how I tell it different values. Do need to do that. They say Dum Dum will find the magic paintbrush. I say, the paintbrush of destiny. Oh, you. All right. Let's close some of this. Here, let's talk. Suppose I need to extend this. All right. Pasting pod. I guess kind of irrelevant. Anchor world. Feed. Sure. I'm gonna need to spend like forever with people playtesting this to figure out how to balance some of this stuff. Zero rotation speed. Line rotation. Ooh. Nope, nope, nope. That's wrong. Let us see. Right. Ew. I didn't think this through completely. Hold, please. License. And Stinger is original, but keeping in this folder for simplicity. Debate. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where did I save this? Why would you open that folder? Windows, what are you doing? I'm sorry. What are you doing over there? That's not even in the same project. All right. Sure. Hey, hey, hey. I'm pretty sure I need to rotate the... That? Ooh. Oh. Oh no. Don't think I need that. See what happens. Orchestrator, don't need slime golem spawning this time. All right. And assuming projectiles are spawning the way I expect them to, I think this might be the last thing we do today. Well, that's not right. Oh, I didn't do the init. And the stinger's also going to be at the wrong height. Forgot about that. Okay, we'll finish that up today for sure. Huh? That's not true, right? Array of targets. Array of targets. So what's the problem? Sir, that's the same thing. Hello. Intente? Little Int. There you go. That's your name now. I'm doing pretty good. I'm very confused, but pretty good. How are you? This doesn't make any sense. Is it not like the end tag enemy versus player? So those are just different values present in the enum. And it's saying that it's not the right type, but they're different values from the same enum. So like, it literally can't be a different type. So why does it work for the other projectile? I can try putting enemy here. That doesn't make any sense. It should still fail. Refresh the reference. While technically a thing in Godot, like there is some analogy to that. Oh? Oh. What's happening? Yeah, it says it doesn't have the same element type. Hold on. Hold on. Excellent. That should not be the problem. Not the problem. Just to be clear, this init and that init are not the same thing. Unreal likes hanging on to old references. Yeah, references are... It's not that. In this case. I know, like, everything just stops working if your references are bad. In Godot. Hence. Why? Would this one hurt? Maybe I'm doing something else to set it up. Attack template button stand. Attack template dot instantiate. What if that's a bad? That shouldn't be. Is different. All right. That's a difference. Yeah, this is one of those things where, like, just nothing seems to make sense. It works. How? 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 What do you mean if it works, it works? It's not working. Like I'm getting this error. Like I have two different calls to the same function that are all doing the same thing. Don't get it. Hold on. Let me try. Yep, they are actually going to the same file. This might be the end of work today just because I can't take. I can't handle absolute nonsense from the engine today. Now it works? Why? Well, I definitely hate the visual. All you did was look at the code, basically. Like party hats? Yeah, I've clearly got more work to do on them. Oh yeah, one thing I haven't shown off. What happens when the final bee dies? I don't remember how many bees there are. What? What? Why didn't it happen? Understand. Oh, okay. Did I put that code in base class? No. Oh, I never actually did this. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna document the things that need doing. And we're gonna call it for the day. So, first thing is beehive spawn and fall. Not staying at right time. That'll be the first thing to fix tomorrow. Next, the projectile rotation. The projectile should be it. Either fix the projectile or find a replacement. Because this one garbage. Sorry, I should say garbage. All right. But that is enough for today. Oh, by the way, the beehive, it's also a 3D model. To me, it doesn't look like it, but it is, and I'm so happy about it. Yeah, that's a 3D model. Check it. How great of a generated sprite is that? Like, ignore that the shadow isn't synced up properly right now. Like, that, it runs correctly in game. But, yeah. Anyway. It looks professional. I thought so too. Like, almost all of my assets that I generate, I have to pick a point to stop where I'm like, that's good enough. This is the first one that I've been like, no, but like, actually. All right. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, I was in the middle of a run and I just left it going. Yeah, let's go ahead and fail this run, and then we'll probably call it end of stream. Maybe I'll do a second run after this one fails. Maybe. Yep, occasionally I get renders that I'm just super proud of, and that, like I said, is the best one I've gotten so far. Let's see if I can remove some death penalty. Hello, Pain Titan. Ooh, that hurts. What do I do? Oh, all my spirits are dead. Dunkaro, your running is making it very hard to target them. Stop it. Ooh, nope, I cannot tank 2 of those. Oh god. Okay, we are down to 2 left. Man. Note to self, never fight these again. Yeah, man. Hope to see you again. And you can feel good about yourself when you see me mess up everything again. Take care, man. Oh, before you head out, I've got a Discord that you can contact me on, and my schedule is on Twitch. Or just check out the last, like, 20 seconds of stream on the VOD. I put my schedule there as well. You guys can have fun with the Pain Titans. Sure, sure. While I go try to solo this, and it's not gonna work, and I'm going to be sad. Because I'm wondering if this is even possible at this point. Oop, that's too much. Son of a gun. Dude, this is the worst. And Cormier is just chilling. Cormier, why? You presumably don't want the world to end, right? You live in the world, yes? We're doing one more attempt today. And that's it. I am very much not confident that this is even possible. Which is gonna be lame if we got through the entire campaign up to the second to last thing, and then we get blocked. That's gonna be awful. Do I have anything else? I could do something. I need Boon of Creation because of all the extra energy cost. Lightbringer's Gaze would maybe do something. Can Weapon of Warding be placed on? But that will sap my energy in no time. Party members. Armor. Heal and remove condition. None of these have any chance of working. All right. I'm gonna start these guys fighting. And I want to look at the map. Like, if I approach from a different direction, could I have a better chance? Well, there's a ritual. And I get a skill that's going to magically save me. Caretaker's Charge. Target foe struck. Item, you gain energy. That's not going to change anything. Got a second ritual. We got offering of grip. Oh, this just gives energy. Garbage. So I could approach from this way. That's an option. I mean, it can't be any worse than what I've been doing. Oop, we need to get out of here. Oh, too late. And there goes my spirits. Oop! Also, is there any way to get rid of Veiled Nightmare? Would assume not. It would make things slightly easier. So no. I can do nothing. Peachy! Is this just a straight shot? No. Cannot be too bad. Try this route. Woohoo! Bloody. Oh. Seriously, Dunkora? Why? Why would you run over there other than to just purposely aggro and annoy me? Who are we fighting, guys? Take your pick. Please. No. God, this place is the worst. Okay. Do not like this route. Unfortunately, this is mostly an information gathering trip. Like, I do not expect to win this time around, because I just don't know what the AI is going to do when I approach from this side. Guys, where are you going? I'm here-ish. That goes off where I was before. Maybe I'll just have amazing fortune and I'll just win. And we'll be able to move on to the final mission tomorrow. And then we'll beat it on the first try. And I'll be done with this challenge. It'll be awesome. And that's definitely what's going to happen. And I definitely won't be stuck on this quest for a week. That won't happen. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I'm getting awfully close. Hit this just in case. Might be too early, but... Okay, so they spawn from way over there. Again. Well, I'm like, the scout isn't being killed. That's something. I am. Oh, now the scout's being killed. Another gun. Do not let me die right now. Please. Like, are we making any progress? Ooh. No! No, 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 no. Oh, and because I have henchmen here, I can't resurrect. I think I might have won, if not for the henchman. Okay. So this appears to be possible. But it is deeply frustrating that I have to travel that whole route each and every attempt. That's awful. Also, are you enjoying how, like, an entire squad is struggling with 3 enemies? That's terrible. Alright. Well, almost every quest or mission this gets slightly more painful, so, like, I should have expected this. But we'll try tomorrow. In between dev tasks. Alright. Doop-a-doop. Bop, bop. And good progress today. Progress. I wish that I'd finished the bee stinger, but there's clearly other stuff going on that I haven't considered yet, so I'll get it sorted. But for now, whoop, folks, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. You all so much. And above all, guys, hope y'all have an amazing day. Take care, everyone.